Hi everybody. Sorry I was having trouble getting my voiceover to work, but I think I finally have it working. So, we finally have a kitten. That's so exciting. Everything looks like it's going really well. That is a very efficient, clean kitten. Beautiful little dilute kitten, looks like. And so far, looks like he or she's trying really hard to latch, but has not latched yet. So that's great. And she's working on kitten number 2 already. So after the longest pre-labor ever, looks like the actual labor is started off quite efficiently. So because Orinda has type B blood, her kittens are all at risk for a fatal condition called Neonatal Isoerythrolysis, which means that I will have to blood type the kittens before they're allowed to nurse, or mama will pass if they have different blood types, mom will pass anti-A antibodies in her colostrum, and so any type A kittens will be at risk. Is that really loud? I'm turning it down a little bit. It looks loud. Anyway, any kittens that don't have her same blood type will be at risk for this fatal condition. And that's funny. Who's coming to help me? But we can prevent it by blood typing the kittens. So normally I would be down there grabbing each kitten as it was born, while it's still attached to the placenta, and using cord blood to blood type the kitten, because that's the easiest way to get the blood to test. But in this case, because Orinda is feral and has a high stress level, I'm going to try something a little bit different. Look at that little face. Oh my gosh, that's a cute little baby. I'm going to try something different and wait. I think we've got a kitten, a ginger, it looks like. Let's see if I can show you. Scocia's coming in to check. What's going on? Oh boy, my cats have all woken up and decided that it's early breakfast time, so you may hear some meowing. So, sorry, I'm easily distracted. So anyway, my plan is to wait. Oh, you need it turned up. So my plan is to wait as long as possible until a couple of kittens are born, and then I'm going to go and like, as long as they're not nursing, I'm going to keep letting her have her kittens get as far along as possible, and then I'm going to try to grab kittens to blood type. Maybe, ideally after like the third one is born, and that allows her to get really into it before I have to go down and stress her out. So there's a chance I won't be able to get the blood type of the kittens if I don't have the cord blood, but I think it's worth the risk because if I'm not able to get blood, I can still follow our protocol and save the kittens, even if we don't know the blood type. Anyway, sorry, I'm rambling. So I'm just trying to watch what's happening. I'm so relieved that she's finally starting. I'm gonna go deal with my cats really quickly because they're circling me. But everything's looking great so far, and I'll be right back. Okay, hi everybody. So it looks like kitten number 2 is out, but the placenta is not out, so that's why we haven't. So she's working on drying. Well, currently number 1 off, but she needs to have a few more pushes to deliver the placenta for number 2, and then I'm assuming she'll, yeah, there we go. I can see a little bit of a kitten there. Baby number one looks great. She's done a really good job of getting him or her all cleaned up. So we're just waiting for a few more pushes to get the placenta out for number two. And I am hopefully going to be able to wait for, oh look, those look like little bullets. I'll confirm all that when I seal them, but she's doing a great job. So, all right, Mama, we've got one more set of pushes and we'll get kitten number two. There's some nice contractions happening. It's interesting that she's taking kitten number one with her when she rolls around. We have some big contractions there. Let's see. Oh, I'm not, maybe we don't have kitten number two out all the way. I think I may see a tail. Let's wait and see what happens. Thank you to everybody who's tuning in. We are TinyKittens. We work primarily with feral cats. And Orinda is from our newest feral colony where we have cataloged 133 or 134 cats so far. It's on a rural property. And we were able to get about half of the cats spayed and neutered before kitten season started. Okay, Mama, give us some big pushes. And so we're making progress out there, but there are going to be quite a few pregnant cats still out there. We have been blood typing everyone, and let me just check actually. We're at 53% type B blood, which is remarkable because supposedly type B blood is rare, and type B blood is what causes neonatal isoerythrolysis, which is one of the top causes of something called fading kitten syndrome, which is when kittens fade away and die for no reason, basically during the first week of life. So Orinda has probably experienced a great deal of loss in her life, but she definitely has a good chance of having some type B babies because about half of the cats have type B blood. So I will need to blood type each kitten before they start nursing. But I'm going to wait as long as possible because I don't want to impact her stress level. She's got to do a little more pushing. I think the second kitten may be breech, which is fine. So maybe coming tail first. So we don't like for them to be in the birth canal for too long. So we need a couple more contractions to get number two out. Usually number one is the hardest, and once number one has come out, the rest are a little bit easier, but we just have to wait and see how things go. She did a great job with number one, really waited till the last minute to get in her nest. There's some nice contractions happening. Good, strong contractions. Come on, Mama, you got this. Thankfully, this is the last time she will ever have to do this. There. Oh, there. We've got a kitten out. Looks like a tuxie. We're still waiting on the placenta now, so if she turns around, the kitten's going to still be attached to her and it's going to go with her. I see a little paw, little wappy paw. She's very efficient. Let's see how things go here. That kitten was in the birth canal for quite a while, but it looks like the color is good. There's a little face. That is a very cute kitten already looking for the milk bar. Good job, Mama. Oh, look, she's such a good mama. All right, and number one looks like it's trying desperately to latch. So I may go down when the placenta comes out for kitten number 2 and try to grab both of them. I wanted to wait till number 3, but it looks like number 1 is getting pretty rowdy. If the kittens are type A, they'll have to stay in the incubator. If one is type B, then they'll be able to go back with mom. So everyone cross your paws for type B kittens. We've had to do this protocol many times now. And the good news is we were able to save 100% of the kittens that would have been affected, that would have died. It's a hard protocol because we hate having to interfere during birth and we hate having to take kittens away for the first 24 hours. But after that first 24 hours, it's safe for them to nurse, and then mom's happy, babies are happy, and everything's good. So I'm just waiting until the placenta comes out. I'm expecting there to be some big pushes. It's possible that the placenta will slip out. Looks like she may be actually looking at it now, but I can't grab the kitten until the placenta is out. Oh yeah, she's definitely eating something. So if I miss this placenta, I may try to wait for the third kitten to come out, as long as number one behaves him or herself. Just because I know that I can get blood if there's a placenta attached. I can't see though what has come out so far, so I don't want to risk disturbing her if she hasn't pushed out the placenta yet. So I'm really prioritizing her stress level for this birth, because stress can cause all sorts of issues during labor and after the kittens are born. So because Orinda's unique personality is that she's highly fearful, I need to limit my interaction with her, which is impossible to do when we have a type B mom whose kittens are at risk for neonatal isoerythrolysis. But I am trying a new thing by waiting for multiple kittens to be born, because I want her to have a successful labor. And hopefully she'll get to keep at least some of her kittens for the first 24 hours. And we'll just have to wait. There's number one trying to find the milk bar. I do have the incubator all warmed up, ready to go. I'm going to put a heating disc in the microwave just so it's ready. And I better announce something's happening. It all happened so fast this morning. So exciting. Okay. She's doing a good job of having privacy kittens. Okay, she's moving a little bit. Oh, the flop. There she goes. Great. I'm just waiting to get a better look at what's happening. When I do go in, I'm going to have to use a towel to cover Mom up so that I can grab the kittens, because again, she is feral. She's not going to appreciate me intruding. It is going to cause her some stress, and so the least stressful way for me to do that is to cover her as quickly as possible and Oh yeah, she's already handled the placenta and everything. So I'll see if I can wait for the third kitten and get a placenta, as long as the first one doesn't get super latched. Oh, what a good mama. Yeah, so she is obviously feral, and so I'll cover her up. That will keep her stress level as low as possible. And grab kittens, and then I'm going to take them into the other room, blood type them as quickly as possible, and we're all going to hope that they're type B so that they can return to mom. Depends on who her boyfriend was, or boyfriends. Warming discs done. All right, let's see. All right, don't get latched. Number one is pretty good at searching for the milk bar. I think I better go grab them. All right, wish me luck, everybody. I need my laptop. Okay, I'm gonna mute for a second, and I'll be back. Okay, so she's got kitten number 3 out, and so I'm just waiting outside the door. I had to get my bunny suit on because of the ringworm, and so I'm just gonna wait for 1 second. I just want to see the placenta come out, and then maybe I'll be able to get all 3 kittens. I have a better view this time so I can kind of see what's happening. She's having a very efficient birth so far. I'm guessing there are probably going to be 6 kittens. When we did our ultrasound yesterday, I had at least 4, I think 5 heartbeats that I could find. We just did a really quick ultrasound to make sure the kittens were still okay because her pre-labor went on for so long. Just trying to get a better look of what's happening. So she's getting the sac, the fluid sac, off of the kitten, and her licking will stimulate circulation and breathing. I haven't seen a lot of movement yet, but that's, oh, there we go. I think I saw a breath. I'm not sure if the kitten is all the way out yet. Another breech kitten. Oh, there's some movement. There we go. All right, there. Oh yeah, we've got kitten out, placenta still in. So I'm gonna try to wait until the placenta comes out, and then I'm gonna run in there and grab all 3 kittens and blood type them. Okay, it's hard to see again. I don't want to go in before the placenta is out because I won't be able to take the kitten with me. So I'm just gonna wait another few seconds. This part is a bit tricky. The timing when you can't exactly see what's happening. But we're gonna probably just need a few more contractions to get the placenta out. And then I'm gonna run in. But if I go in too early, then I won't be able to take that kitten with me. I can't believe how quickly she's gotten 3 kittens out. It's amazing. All right. As soon as I see a couple more pushes, so, and again, the reason I'm taking the kittens is so that I can blood type them, so that I can prevent a fatal condition called Neonatal Isoerythrolysis. Okay. All right. The timing is always a challenge. But I think she's still licking kitten. So let's hope she's halfway done. And she will never have to do this again, thankfully, because she'll be spayed and all the babies will be spayed and neutered. Just waiting for placenta. I feel like I spend so much of my life waiting for placentas. She's having a little rest while she's waiting for placenta also. That was the Orcuda saying hi. Okay. Thank you everybody for tuning in. This is Uncensored Rescue Reality TV. I don't know what's going to happen next. You don't know what's going to happen next. Orinda doesn't know what's going to happen next, but so far everything's going incredibly well. I'm just waiting for the placenta for the third kitten to come out so that I can go and grab the first 3 kittens and blood type them. I'm just can't quite see. If the placenta is out. I don't think it's out yet. I think she's still licking the kitten. And I think it's going to take another contraction to get the placenta out. And I can't go in too early and grab the kitten because it's still attached to mom. Then I won't be able to. They're still attached. So we just have to wait for that placenta. She's doing an amazing job. I was worried about her stress level, and she seemed to be avoiding labor as long as possible, which is pretty normal for rescue cats because they experience a lot of disruption before they give birth if they come to a rescue or shelter. So sometimes they don't want to give birth with us. They want to give birth in their home where they feel comfortable. All right, there's the placenta. Okay, I'm going in. Hi, Mama. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry to disturb you. You're doing so great, and I'm very proud of you. The only reason I'm here is because I need to steal your kittens.
and save them. I will give them back, I promise. I know this is going to be... I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. It's a horrible thing to do to a new mama. I'm very sorry. I will take you and your placenta and your tiny friends. Okay, I promise I'm going to bring them back. I'm going to leave the towel on her in hopes that she will, and I won't have to do this again when I come back in. She may get out of it, and that's okay. Okay, I put my fast in again. Okay. Yeah. I'm so sorry. I'm poking in my face or anything. Okay, baby, I'm so sorry if that was mean, horrible. It hurts. 104. Okay. I'm fucking. Fantastic. Howdy. Howdy, Tuxie. Okay. 102. Okay. Okay, beautiful little baby. I just need one paw. Oh. Nice. 1, 2. Okay, Mama. I'm so sorry about that. That took a long time. But it was successful, and I know your face is uncovered. I wonder if I can. Just for a second, okay? I would love to change your blanket too, but I'm not going to because that would be too disruptive. Guess what? You get all your babies back. Oh, maybe I'll just take the top layer away since she seems to have already. I know, Mama. I'm sorry. I know. There. Kitten. Catching right on top. There you go, Mama. There you go. There, you did it. I'm so sorry. All 3 type B. You're doing so great. I'm gonna leave because I don't want to stress you out any more than necessary. Little Mama. You're doing a great job. Great job. Can I just give you this? I know. Okay, I'm leaving.
Sorry, I don't know. You're probably hearing all the. I don't know if I think I unmuted it. Ooh, oops. Sorry if that broke your eardrums. All right. So, all right. So that went really well. Thank goodness. I'm actually super relieved because that's the first time I've been able to get blood from a teeny tiny kitten without using the umbilical cord. So that is going to give us a much better birthing plan for future feral mamas if we can wait for them to have several kittens first before having to go in and stress them out and disrupt them. And I'm so relieved all three of them are B. Oh, you guys, you have no idea how anxious I've been about this moment. I really didn't want to have to incubate them. I didn't want to not be able to get blood and then have to incubate them for the first 24 hours. And now we don't have to. Yeah, so that's amazing. All three look like they're doing well. I did get them weighed and sexed. So number one is the dilute ginger boy, weighs 104 grams. Number two is Tabby Tuxie, boy, 102 grams. And number three is 96 grams, and girl, Torty, and type B. Looks like we're having contractions again. She's doing an amazing job. I've been worried about this one for days, as you all know. But wow, she's done such a great job. So And if she's having contractions again, that's a really good sign that she wasn't too stressed by my interference. That crinkling is the miracle kitten playing with some garbage. It's laying on some paper, crinkly paper. Oh, okay. Everybody just breathe for a minute. That's a huge relief. So they look great. There was indeed a lot of fluid. That's why I took the top blanket out, because it was quite soaked. So I think that's why we weren't seeing as much belly vision as we usually see, because she had just a lot of fluid in there. So I am expecting at least 2 more kittens, but probably 3. But the first 3 are looking really good so far. And she's looking really good. Yeah, so I will need to test the rest of the kittens. But now that I know how to get blood, I am going to try to wait till she's all done and then take the rest at that point. NI isn't a concern for moms that are type A. And the reason most vets and shelters and rescues don't blood type is because it has been thought that type B is very rare and only occurs in about 2 to 5% of cat populations. We have found with our cats that this is the 3rd colony we've been blood typing, and more than 50% of them have type B blood. In our other colonies, we had, I think, 30%, around 30% type B. And overall, we started blood typing the pregnant moms in 2019. And we've had several litters where we would have lost most or all of the kittens if we hadn't done this. And instead, all the kittens have been healthy and happy and are now living pampered lives in homes. And so even when I first talked to our vet about blood typing, she said it's not really a thing that anyone needs to do. And so we started doing it anyway, and we're shocked at how many of our moms have been type B. And so sometimes we get lucky like this, where dad would have been type B too. But we've had several litters where the kittens have been type A and have needed to be separated from mom. And so we're trying to raise awareness that this is a much bigger issue than people know. and that we can save whole litters of kittens by blood typing, which I think is going to result in less foster parent burnout. It's really tough when you're a foster parent and the cat you're fostering gives birth and then the kittens die in the first week. That's like a really difficult thing to get past. And so a lot of fosters, if that happens to them, they don't want to foster anymore. So if we can prevent that, we're going to end up with happier fosters, more fosters, and we don't have to go through this. We can, if it's one of the few things that we can prevent. So the more people know about it, the more kittens are going to be saved. Tests are very easy to do for even people who aren't vets or vet techs or don't have any training. I don't have any formal training, and they just require a very tiny amount of blood, like the size of a pinhead, and they take a couple minutes, and then you know what you have your answer. The test costs about between $25 and $30 US per test. It's about $40 for us in Canada, but it's well worth it, in my opinion, given the number of kittens we've been able to save. And the other good thing about knowing blood types is that we now have a list of adopters who have cats with type B blood, so they know if they have an emergency, they have other people that they can go to for blood, because type B blood isn't stocked in any of our blood banks. So if they need blood, we basically have to source it ourselves. And so it's been really helpful to know that we have quite a few type B cats who have donated blood in the past for emergencies and have actually saved some lives. So the blood, I was able to get blood from the paw pad of the kittens. They don't really have enough of an ear to do an ear prick, which is what we do with adults. Adult cats, you can, if you're doing diabetes testing, so if you're testing for blood glucose, you give them a little prick in their ear and you can get your drop of blood that way. And that's the same thing we do to blood type adult cats, but with the newborn kittens, they don't really have much of an ear. And so the paw pad is where I was able to get a tiny drop of blood. Just enough. And we were able to, for the first time, get one of the blood banks here to sell us some plasma, so that if we need to separate kittens for the first 24 hours, we can do something called correcting for failure of passive transfer, which provides them with antibodies that they would have gotten in the colostrum. But basically we can get those same antibodies by using the serum of a type A cat, so the plasma of a type A cat, and we can inject that subcutaneously into the newborn kitten throughout the first 24 hours. And then there's a contraction. And then that will help correct for that, the missing antibodies from the colostrum that they aren't getting. So we have a pretty good protocol, and we are definitely ready for it this summer, more than we've been in the past. In the past, we've had to basically phone tree our type A, any cats with type A, and have them donate blood so that we could make the plasma. But we didn't have to do that this time. We're ready for it. So anyway, sorry for talking so fast and so much. But you can see that interference stressed her out for sure. And so I'm really thankful that I didn't have to do that after her first kitten, because the risk of her interrupting her labor after the first kitten would be much higher. And if I had had to go in 3 times by now, her stress level would be through the roof, I think. So being able to just to wait till she's halfway through is a huge benefit. And so it looks like number 4 is on the way. So I'm going to wait until hopefully they're all out until I take the rest of them. But I do feel much better knowing the first 3 are all B. The likelihood of the last ones also being B is higher, although there are many males there for her to choose from. So far, the first 3 baby daddies were type B. Thank you to everybody who's tuning in and watching this. If you've been watching for the last couple of days, she had a very long pre-labor, long and kind of worrisome. We did an ultrasound yesterday morning to make sure the kittens were all still okay. We had we saw little heartbeats. Everything was looking good yesterday morning. And then as the day went on, we had no active labor contractions starting. And so I'm relieved to have woken up to a very, so far, efficient and smooth labor. And I think she'll recover from the stress of me taking the first 3 away. She's got pretty assertive little kittens there trying to get latched at the milk bar. Nursing will help stimulate hormones that help with contractions and milk production, so we like for them to latch during birth. pretty rowdy. But it's good to see her having contractions again. And we're so happy that she will never have to go through this again. We have another pregnant mama cat from the same feral colony in this room with her in the other nest at the moment. She did peek her head in earlier, but she's resting in her nest currently, and she'll be next to give birth, so I'll give you a little glimpse of her. That's in the nest right next to Orinda's nest. She has a very different personality, much more confident than Orinda, so I'm way less concerned about her stress level, and she's also type A blood, so I won't need to blood type her kittens as they are born. We will blood type them though, because it's still possible some of them will be type B, but it is safe for a type B kitten to nurse at a type A mom, so we won't have to worry about that, thankfully. So her delivery will require less intervention unless the kittens need help. So I'll take her off the screen now, but that's what we have coming up in the next few days. There's Orinda having some good hard contractions for kitten number 4. I'll be right back. I'm going to mute for a second. Oops. if mom is B and kittens are A, and the kittens, the type A kittens nurse on type B mom, it takes about a week. It can take up to a week for them to die, and they just sort of slowly fade away for no obvious reason. So that's why it's one of the main causes of fading kitten syndrome. It's there's a collection of things that happen to kittens that are not well understood that cause them to die in the first week. And I think this NI takes up is responsible for more of that than is than people are aware of. Other things can be like congenital issues, like heart defects, that sort of thing. Difficulty, like if they don't get enough oxygen during the birth process, or if they're in the if the mom has a difficult labor and they're in the birth canal too long, or if they get cold after they're born. So there's lots of things that can go wrong, but we can't prevent some of them, and this is one thing we can prevent. All right, mama. Good contractions. Good job, Mama. It's good to see her getting a little more interactive. After I had to disturb them. So we have 2 boys and a girl, all good birth weights, around 100. We like them to be at least 100 grams. That gives them their best chance of survival. So we're pretty good there. We have 96 grams as our smallest and 104 is the biggest. So we did confirm that her colostrum was coming in as of yesterday morning, so she should have milk for them. And her belly is pretty bald from flea allergies, so they should have pretty good access. And they're being pretty assertive trying to get in there, so that will help her overcome the stress. And now we just have to wait for number 4. Wow, 5,000 people watching. Thank you to all of you for tuning in. This is Uncensored Rescue Reality. And we work primarily with feral cats who are complicated. Just like Orinda with her high stress levels and her type B blood. And she also has ringworm, which is a contagious zoonotic fungus, which means it crosses species. So humans, dogs, cats, any animal can get infected with ringworm. It's not medically life-threatening, so we don't worry about it from that perspective, but it is very contagious. And unfortunately, the medication that we use to treat it is not safe for pregnant and nursing cats. So we've had to use alternate methods of trying to reduce the contamination. And I don't know if we can prevent the kittens from catching it. But I am hopeful that, well, I know we're doing everything we can to at least, the best possible chance. I've been doing a lot of disinfecting with UV light because it's the least invasive way to disinfect in their room. And there's some big contractions. Good job, Mama. Looks like number 2 is a classic tabby. So we'll have a swirly pattern and not stripy or spotted. Now she's getting some more good contractions in. She's doing such a good job. She definitely did not want to give birth in captivity with humans. The only home she's ever known is out at the colony. It looks like it's at least a nice day today, but it is currently 36 degrees Fahrenheit. 36 degrees Fahrenheit. That is very cold. A very cold morning to be having kittens outside. So these kittens would have been at a very high risk of hypothermia. She would have to leave them to go find food, even if she just came to our feeding station to eat quickly. She'd have to leave them. They don't have heating pads out there in the bramble bushes. She seems like she's going to be an excellent mom. There's a little white paw. Thank you so much to everyone who is doing donations in the chat there. If anyone would like to donate toward their care, we are extremely grateful. You can go to tinykittens.com/donate for various ways to donate. But please don't feel obligated. I know that a lot of people are struggling financially right now, and we appreciate support in a number of ways. All of your encouragement and being advocates for spaying and neutering and compassion. Those are all things that are really important to us. And we're very grateful to have a community that is so compassionate and you guys care so much about making the world a better place, and we're really grateful for that, whether you can donate financially or not. Costs have gone up for all of us for, food and vet care, and just living life has gotten expensive. So we don't want anyone to feel obligated. Looks like number one might have located a nipple. That looks like a nursing stance. I can't listen to the audio and talk at the same time, so you guys might be hearing it. Number 3 has a long umbilical string. There you can see on a number 3. Did I say number 3? Yeah, number 3. That's on number 2. But that's fine. Oh, the miracle puff. The miracle kitten has waddled over to remind me that they haven't had their breakfast yet. Here is Orinda's roommate, Scotia. She's quite comfortable here. Every feral cat has a distinct personality. And so we have to get to know their personalities and tailor our approach for every cat, because every cat has been different. And so we have to learn about each one, and then we have to figure out the best approach, like how to give them meds, what they like, what they don't like, how we can have positive interactions with them, how we can lower their stress. So Scotia, the cat in the picture-in-picture, is going to give birth soon, hopefully. Although seems like she's a little bit too comfortable for it to happen in the next day, at least. Miracle Kitten is here. Yes, Scotia had, so she's from the same feral colony as Orinda, and she was just crawling with lice and had wounds all over her, infected skin lesions all over her. Like, probably the most horrendous lice infestation I've ever seen. So we've been working on that. It's much better now. And she's still quite itchy, but much less itchy than she was when she got here. And she has, or she had anyway, an infected wound, which you can see from the top view. That was quite horrendous. But is looking really amazing. So you can see with her belly side up, you see where it's still pink inside her right hind leg. That whole area, and it went up and surrounded her caudal nipple there. So the kittens would have been born and just immediately plastered to that oozing infected leg wound, and then the lice would have feasted on them. And parasites can be fatal for tiny kittens because they don't have a lot of blood. Look at these Orinda kittens really getting in there. They're doing a good job. There's some contractions happening. They will often take breaks in between kittens. The first 3 came out so fast. It wouldn't be unusual to have a delay between kittens. She'll need to have contractions to get the 4th kitten into position and into the birth canal. Her breathing is looking better already. She has an upper respiratory infection and has a lot of congestion in her nose. And so, and then having so many kittens and a lot of fluid in her belly, she was having a little bit of labored breathing before she started giving birth. But it actually looks nice and easy at the moment. That's a good spot for number 2 to look for a nipple. I think there's one. He just needs to go lower. So she's resting and recharging after the first 3 and then after my scary visit. And number 4 is making its way. More contractions. I can't tell what if that's if we have the sac partially out there. Looks like something might be out. Do I need to go down there and investigate? I really don't want to. I'm gonna give her another minute or two. Yeah, there's definitely a fourth kitten out. I'm just waiting for her to get in there and start clearing off the membranes. If I go down, I don't want to throw her off her game, so I'm waiting for her to do it. We have some movement, I think, there. There we go. I just want to see her get in there. If I go in again, I risk shutting her down so that she isn't able to care for them as well. And so I'm going to hold off and let her kind of do her thing. Hopefully. Ooh. So it would be a good time to remind everyone that this is uncensored rescue reality. There's some more big pushes. All right, get in there, Mama. Get in there. You're doing so good. There. All right. She's getting there. She's getting there. I'm going to take Scotia off the screen. All right. You can do it, Mama. We do have a good latch there with number 1. So that's going to help with the contractions and hormones and all that stuff. Okay, Mama, get back there. Get back there. Yeah. Let's have a push. A push and some licking. She's doing great. But this just confirms that it would have been, I think, much harder on her if I had had to go in for every kitten. So instead of waiting till 3, there's more contractions. She's working so hard. You can do it, little mama. Hopefully we don't have too many more kittens. Number one's doing an excellent job of stimulating contractions, stimulating milk production. We're just waiting on placenta to come out for number 4. This is not a mama cat that I can just run in and out and do things with, so I have to just trust her to do her thing. And if it was a friendly mama, I'd be in there helping get the baby dried off and make sure there's breathing and everything. But I can't do that in this situation because of her stress level. So I just have to trust that she knows what she's doing. And we just have to wait. There we go. Good job, Mama. Good girl. What a brave mama. This is such a hard situation. Oh, look at another perfect little baby. I think that's just a tabby. That's a very strong kitten. Has a long wait. I think a little tabby, we'll see. Look at it go. So she's dealing with the placenta. That is a very strong baby. Good job, Mama. I know it's so stressful not being able to go in and do the things that I would normally do, but she's doing great though, especially considering how difficult the situation is for her. Being feral adds a whole layer of risk and stress and complication, but she's doing so great. Good job, Mama. There, look at her go. I'm feeling very relieved that I don't have to go and take that kitten and blood type it immediately. So I'm going to wait until she's finished giving birth, and then I will take the remaining kittens and blood type them and weigh them and all that stuff. Because of her stress level, I need to really limit my interactions with her while balancing the fact that the kittens are at risk for a fatal condition called Neonatal Isoerythrolysis, or NI. So it's definitely a complicated situation to try to balance the emotional needs with the physical needs for feral cats, and interfere just enough to save the lives, but not too much to stress Mom out so that she's not able to care for the kittens. So she's doing great. It was definitely stressful for her when I took the first 3 kittens, but this is the first time that I've been able to get blood to blood type the kittens without using the umbilical cord blood. So in the past, I've had to take each kitten as it's born before the placenta is separated, which is like a 30-second window, and then take the kitten quickly, blood type, and return. But I've been super anxious because that would have been way too stressful for her. And so we came up with an alternate protocol and figured out how to get blood from the kittens not using the umbilical blood. Because these kittens are very tiny. 100 grams is small. And trying to get blood out of a kitten that small is not only something that I never want to have to do, but it's also something that is just physiologically challenging. So I've been pretty anxious about whether or not I would be able to do it if I waited. And so super relieved that it worked. And also super relieved that the first 3 kittens are type B, so they get to stay with her. The way that we save their lives, if they have a different blood type, if they're type A and their mom is type B, is that we have to blood type them before they start to nurse. And then if the babies are type A, we have to keep them in an incubator for 24 hours and feed them formula. And then we have to give them injections of type A cat plasma to give them the antibodies that they should be getting from their mom but aren't able to safely get. And then after 24 hours, we are able to safely return the kittens to their mom and they can nurse and everything's fine. But having to take them away right after birth is so hard, just emotionally. It's like devastating for us as humans to have to do that. But the only reason we do it is because we are literally saving their lives by doing that. But these poor feral mamas do not understand that, and it's so hard to have to do that. So it's a big relief that I could give her babies back to her and they can safely nurse. I can't imagine with a cat with such a high stress level, not only having to steal the kittens as she's giving birth, but not being able to give them back. Ugh. It's called tough love, I guess, but it's definitely not easy for us to do. But once the 24 hours are over, then we get to reunite them, and it's wonderful. And they don't have to deal with the loss of their kittens in that first week. But man, it's definitely tough. Sorry, I'm rambling so fast again. I'm sorry to the we have the most amazing mods, and I'm not saying don't say thank you to the mods because they'll all quit and kill me because I do unintentional roll calls all the time. But so I try not to say how grateful I am for the mods because I don't want to trigger a roll call. But our mods are amazing, and the fact that I ramble so fast and they do such a good job of CCing me is amazing. It looks like they have several like doing shifts so that their poor little fingers can rest. I need to talk slower, say less. But you know how I get when I'm like relieved? I just bleh. Anyway, get it together. Also, I haven't been sleeping that much the last several days. Oh, get it together. All right. Yeah, you guys are referring to Pomelo in chat. Pomelo was probably the hardest type B mama we've had because she was also very stressed, and she had 7 kittens. One of them was unfortunately stillborn. All 7 were type A, and so all of them had to be taken away from her for that first 24 hours, and we had the incubator in the room with her so she could see them. And like when I went in to feed them every 2 hours, I would try to I'd let her like see them and sniff them so she knew they were okay. But man, that was like brutal. Just, it's a really hard 24 hours. She was so happy when she got them back. And then very happy because they all, except for our stillborn babies, survived. And I suspect that's the first time she's ever had kittens that actually survived. And then she got adopted with 2 of her kittens, so it was like the best. Anyway. For type B cats, like if one of these cats like left the colony and went to a different colony or found a different place to live, where there were fewer type B cats, then obviously the chances of her having type A kittens, the chances are much higher. Oops, I thought that would be better, but it's not. And so these colony cats from the bramble colony have a good chance of having some kittens that are type B and therefore some that survive. Oh, kitten. We're working on number 5 now. So anyway, these guys have probably lost quite a few kittens because it depends on who the baby daddies are, but they at least probably haven't experienced the amount of loss that Pomelo did, being just sort of like a not having a huge colony. Anyway, that doesn't probably make sense, but so we have 4 kittens out, and looks like she's working on a 5th. I'm hoping that she doesn't have more than 6 kittens in there. We didn't do x-rays again because of her stress level. We almost always do x-rays because it's really important to know how many kittens, and it helps us see if they're all developing normally. We're very, very lucky that one of our amazing chatters bought us a portable ultrasound, which really saved us yesterday after Orinda was in her 2nd day of pre-labor, and we were all starting to get a little bit anxious. Or like some of us, super anxious. Anxiety spiral. We were able to do a very quick, very low stress ultrasound yesterday morning and confirm that the baby's heartbeats were good, the heart rates were good, they weren't in distress. And so without that ultrasound, I would have definitely been weighing whether to take her in for a C-section. And that really helped give us peace of mind that it was okay to keep waiting. And that was obviously the right call because she is doing great on her own, and we don't want to put them through a C-section unless it's life or death, because it's very risky, especially when you have a bigger litter size. Uh-oh, we have a blanket monster already. Is she gonna retrieve the little blanket monster? What a good mom. She's a good mom. She's very responsive to their squeaks, and so don't worry about little blanket monsters because they'll squeak and then she'll move if she flops onto them or smushes them. She's very aware of what's going on. But again, normally I would, run down there and move the kitten because I know everyone's going to be worried that she's smushing the kitten, but she's not going to. She's gonna figure this out. Don't worry, everybody. Don't worry. I'm going to just give the miracle kitten the next course of his breakfast real quick. He's a scarf and barfer, so he has to eat his meals in stages. Okay, all done. Okay. She's doing a great job. I'm going to see if I can put in my earphones and listen without creating a horrible echo situation. Let me see. Nope, hold on. Right. There we go. Okay, hopefully there's no echo and you can hear me. Her breathing looks so much better than it did. It's still not perfect. There's room for improvement for sure, but oh my goodness, dramatic kittens. That's someone being rowdy at the milk bar, is what you're hearing right now. Oh my goodness. You know, I have like nest perfectionism and I want to go down there and micromanage the situation so badly, but I'm not going to. I'm growing as a person right now. I'm growing as a person. Oh, do you hear those little purrs? There's just a burst of little clicky kitten purrs, little milk bar purrs. I think that's kitten number 3 that's in the blanket monster right now. She'll be nice and warm under there. And she'll make her way back out eventually. Yeah, that must be, yeah, I'm pretty sure that's number 3 under the blanket. I'll have to see the face of this one. are all very vigorous. There's some contractions. Yeah, that is number 3 that's under. I think the protests we're hearing are from the kittens battling at that back nipple. Not from the blanket kitten. What just happened? Did YouTube just crash? Oh, it's back. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what is happening because everything's good on my end. What's happening? Sorry, everyone. That was YouTube just had an issue. And we've lost almost 5,000 viewers. Hopefully you guys can make it back. There we go. Looks like we're going back up a little bit. Sorry, everybody. There, it looks like we're back. Gosh, technology, kittens. Sometimes there's a lot going on over here. Number 4 is at the milk bar. They all want the nipple that number 1 is on. But number 1 has like a pretty good latch there. So I'm looking at her belly for movement. Normally, again, I would be able to go down and feel her belly to see how many kittens are left in there. Or we have our ultrasound. Oh my goodness, the dramatics. Number 2 seems to be latched potentially. And number 3 will come back out at some point and get to the milk bar. These are very vigorous kittens. Very vigorous. We have 4 beautiful kittens. Only 1 dilute kitten so far. So mom and dad both need the recessive dilute gene to get a dilute kitten, which is what number 1 is, like a dilute version of the color. So number 1 is dilute orange. Two, 3, and 4 are not dilute, so baby daddies must have not been dilute. Number 4 is a little bulldozer kitten in there. There's some contractions. Yep, number 4 is at the milk bar and trying to get latched, but hasn't gotten latched yet and has not been blood typed yet. But I don't want to risk stressing her out any more than possible, so I'm going to wait. We have a very good chance that number 4 is type B, but I definitely will want to confirm that. But if number 4 does get latched a little bit, it should be okay. I just don't want to disrupt the rest of her labor. And you saw it definitely took her some time to recover from my first visit. So I have to take that into heavy consideration and make sure that I am being as minimally invasive as possible. So because we have such a good chance of type B kittens, and because of her stress level, the best way for me to proceed is just to wait. It's hard to wait, trust me. I would love to be down there micromanaging a few things, but she's doing great on her own. She's doing great. So it may take her several smaller contractions to get the next kitten to the birth canal. The first 4 have been pretty good sized kittens. You can see the blanket moving there. Our little blanket monster is on the move. The first 4 kittens have been great sizes, and we know they were squished way up there, pressing on her lungs and everything. So there's quite a ways she's got to move them. So I'm guessing there might be 2 left, hoping only 1, but we'll find out. If it goes on for a long time that she's taking a rest, and 4 gets like a really good latch, then I may have to go down, but oh my goodness. So much kitten trauma. Yeah, so there's a lot of thought that goes into these feral birthing plans because they're so complicated, and because stress is a huge factor in whether they can have a successful, safe birth. So it's really, really critical to very carefully weigh the risk of intervening against the risk of not intervening, basically. And we just have to make the best plan we can and then roll with whatever happens as we're progressing. There we go, some contractions. Oh my goodness, these are very dramatic kittens. I think that is all milk bar drama. So if Orinda had been type A blood, then I wouldn't have had to interfere at all, unless one of the kittens was stillborn or something like that, or sometimes they have oxygen deficits when they're born, and then they need intervention. But because she's type B, I have no choice. Like it is life or death for me to have to intervene. So stressful, but going really well. And I'm hoping to raise awareness about the prevalence of neonatal isoerythrolysis being so much higher than anybody thinks. I am working on a study to publish some of our findings so far with the blood typing and the NI protocols and all of that, because I do think it could save a lot of kitten lives and a lot of foster parent mental health strain. Here's some peace at the milk bar. Look at number 1 is an equal opportunity milk bar kitten. He's just getting all the nipples. So we're waiting for number 3 to come out from under the blanket. She should be fine under there. She's right at the edge. You can kind of see where the lump is. I'm gonna submit the NI study, but I'm not a scientific writer, so it's going to take a little bit of time and work. But the other thing we're doing that's really cool with this colony is we have 134 cats that we've cataloged so far, and we've partnered with Simon Fraser University to do a stable isotope analysis of fur samples from the cats in this colony so that we can determine whether feeding feral cats reduces their predation on wildlife, which is a very important question and could be very important scientific data. So we're pretty excited about that. They have our first batch of samples, and they can analyze the fur to determine what the diet is of the cat. And apparently commercial cat foods have a very different carbon nitrogen signature, sometimes sulfur, than various wildlife. So I don't know what the results will be, obviously, because it's an actual research lab is conducting the actual research with our samples. So it will be a formal, scientifically sound study. So that's pretty exciting. What we hope it will show is that if you're that by feeding feral cats, you can reduce predation on wildlife, and perhaps we can find more common ground with groups that currently advocate trap and kill in areas where they're concerned about wildlife. So currently, they just consider cats an invasive species and will trap them and euthanize them. And we're hoping that we can demonstrate there may be more humane ways to deal with some of those situations, like setting up feeding stations, etc. So that's what we hope the data will show, but we obviously won't know until we have the research done. But we're hopeful and excited. So a couple of important studies coming out of this colony in particular. Oh, there's purrs. Little kitten purrs. So mama is resting currently and having little contractions to move the next baby into position at the birth canal. They can rest anywhere from 2 minutes to 2 hours or longer. Sometimes they have something called interrupted labor, where they'll give birth to some of the kittens and then stop giving birth, and then up to a couple of days later can give birth to the rest of them, no problem. That happens sometimes. She does have food you can see in there with her in case she gets hungry. She's been eating very well, so she should have good energy. Her breathing is much better than it has been. But this is definitely hard work. And so a little rest is good for her. I think number 4 is snuggling in the armpit area. It's possible that number 4 is latched, I can't tell. But because of the high likelihood of type B, now that we know the first 3 are type B, the likelihood of the rest being type B is higher, I think. And so I'm going to wait as long as I can. Someone is definitely happy about being at the milk bar. So when I go down, I will rescue number 3 if she's not out on her own before then. I do suspect that number 4 may be nursing, but I'm still going to hold off for a little bit. Because she needs to have energy to be able to push the rest of the kittens out, and stress will deplete her energy. I think that's number 4 purring. Number 2 needs to get in there and steal number 4's nipple. As soon as she starts having heavy contractions again, she'll move around and then they will disconnect from the milk bar. Normally we want them all to latch right away, but in this case, we would like them to wait till they're blood typed. So when I go down there, she's going to move and squish herself against the back of the nest, which is where kitten number 3 is blanket monstered. So it won't be as simple as me just sticking my hand in there and pulling the kitten out. I will have to actually get mom covered, and then I will have to kind of feel around for the kitten, which will be more stressful for mom. So although number 4 is certainly nursing away there, it's tempting to go down. It's tempting. I'm going to give it another couple of minutes, and then I think I'm going to have to go down unless she detaches. But I'm trying to be patient. Yeah, we can see number 3 moving under the blanket there. I can put Scotia on the screen for you guys. Scotia is the other feral mama in the room. There she is currently. So she's in the other nest in the room. You can see she's very close to giving birth also. These two are from the same colony. I have to very carefully balance her stress level because if I interfere now, it could put the unborn kittens at risk. Scotia, the cat in the picture-in-picture, is a very different personality than Orinda. She's very confident, and I'm way less concerned about her stress level. And she's type A, so I won't need to steal kittens and blood type them. All right, I'm just hoping for like some contractions to start so that number 4 detaches. There's a very good chance number 4 is type B and that nursing is okay. There is a chance that it's not okay, but it is a risk for me to go in there. So I'm going to give it a few more minutes. Oh, did number 2 get latched? Or is he nursing on a... Looks like he's looking for a nipple. Possibly I can go down and just turn the doorknob and see if she shifts around. We'll give that a whirl and not go in and completely throw her off her game. Okay, Mama. Could you move a little bit? You're doing so good, and I'm so proud of you. I'm so sorry.
You're being very brave. Okay, actually, let's see. Hi, Mama. I'm so sorry. Can I just steal that kitten? You're doing so great. Okay. Well, I guess I know. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. All right. Here we go. You're okay. You're okay. I'm doing this so that they will. Yes. This is what I need. And one more blanket monster. Okay, you're okay. I'm so sorry. Okay, here. You just stay with those babies for a minute. Okay? You're all right. I have to go blood type really quickly. Good, she stayed covered up. Okay. All right, you're okay, Mama. I'm just gonna try to, I don't know if I can get this. All right, well, let me just check the, okay. Okay, I'm so number 4 is type A. So it's good that I came in when I did. So I'm not going to try to fix that blanket because for obvious reasons, but I'm going to attend to number 4 out here, and number 4 will be in the incubator.
I'm going to be very quiet, and I don't know if you can hear. You might only be able to hear the crickets. I'm out in the other room. I'm going to try. I'm going to do a little tube feeding. For our incubator baby. Hi, you're beautiful. Stay warm. Good. Hi, baby. You're beautiful. Mm. Okay, good job. We did it. We did it. First tube feeding done. Next step is going to be starting the serum injections. So I need to get the plasma thawed and warmed. You did so good. Let's see. 105, perfect. This is a girl, Torty, very cute, really cute. 105 after her first feeding. Give her a little potty stimulation. I don't know if you can hear me. Sorry if you can't. I'll repeat when I leave the room. I can't turn the crickets down though because I need to have white noise for Mama. This way.
Mommy must potty too. Good job. Okay. Rest. Here's your temporary mama. Right there. All right. Okay, first tube feeding is complete. I'm going to get the plasma thawing and then warmed. Maybe I'll mute this while I clean the tube and stuff, but I'll be back in a minute.
So I'm just thawing and warming the serum so that I can start serum injections for the type A kitten. That will help do something called correcting for failure of passive transfer, which basically helps to replace the antibodies that number 4 is going to be missing out on because she's not going to be able to nurse on the colostrum. And I'm hoping that mom will be able to relax a little bit. I wasn't wanting to go in there, but we don't always get to have things go according to plan in these situations, and just have to be flexible and do the best we can to minimize the harm. But thankfully, she gets to have her first 3 kittens, and I think that will be really helpful for her. Number 4 is being quiet in the incubator, but she can hear me out in that room. I just need to make some notes. So 10 o'clock, we had our first tube feeding. So 8:19 a.m. was when she was born. So 10 a.m. we had 2.5 ml of formula. Oh, someone's getting smooshed. She's a very good, responsive mama. There's our former blanket monster there at the top of the screen. You can see she's got like a cute little eyeshadow and a forehead dot. Very cute. Okay, so I'm going to feed next at 12 p.m.-ish. And then maybe we'll go to 3. Let's see how that goes. And then I need to do 3, possibly 4 serum injections. I'm just letting it get thawed, and then it needs to be warmed carefully. There. Let's say 10:30. I'm going to try for 4 ml. And then we'll have to see how much I can get in. It's hard to, we need to inject a total of 15 cc's of serum.
into a 100-gram kitten. So that's kind of a challenging proposition. But it's okay. Wouldn't be the first challenge. As soon as this is warm, I will get that ready to go. And then I'll go down and inject. Okay, so here's a summary of what's happening. We have 4 kittens born, 3 type B, 1 type A so far. I'm just working on getting our little type A kitten fed and comfortable and set up, and now just, I think I've got the serum warmed enough, so I'm gonna go do that. And then we'll see how Orinda does. I haven't seen her having any big contractions, but I have been kind of running around trying to get formula made and serum prepared and all that stuff. So I may have missed some, but it looks like I expect it will be a little while before she starts up again, because now I've had to stress her out twice. And so, not ideal, but we don't ever have the luxury of the ideal in the rescue world. So all I can do is balance the risks and do whatever is the least amount of risk to the least amount of kittens and cats.
So far, all 4 kittens are looking great, though. So the serum will provide the antibodies that she is not going to be getting from her mom from the colostrum. So without the serum, she would not be protected against viruses and getting sick. So this is a really helpful way for us to be able to correct for that. And I have to give her 3 or 4 subcutaneous injections just under her skin with this type A plasma. And that should give her the antibodies that she will be missing out on. So I'm just going to get this ready, and I'll go down and do the first one. And we'll see how it goes. She did really well with her first tube feeding. Her snuggle mom in there does have a heartbeat, so okay, here I go. I'm going to try to be as quiet as possible, so I'm not going to talk while I'm down there. it. It's okay. We're done. I know. I'm sorry. Not cool. Very sweet. I'm sorry. You did okay. You did great. You did great. Sorry. All right. You did so great. You did so great. Okay. So, oh, man, I hate doing that. You can see why. So she will probably leak a little bit out, which is okay, because it's a lot of serum to get into a very tiny kitten. So I have to do probably 2 more of those. So I'm going to wait at least 6 hours for the next one.
She's awake. She should settle down pretty quick, I would think. So 10:30, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4. Right, so we'll check again around 4:30 about the next injection and around noon for her next feeding. And in the meantime, the mama is resting, protecting her babies. Got a little, do we have a little white tail tip? That would be cute. She's very busy. So, yeah, so I definitely didn't want to have to go and disturb her before she was done with the rest of her kittens. But in these situations, there's risk no matter what decision I make. I don't have like a easy decision. I just have to weigh the risks. And so I'm glad I went in because that would have been a bad situation. And she did get some colostrum, so she has gotten some anti-A antibodies already, but I'm hoping it's a small enough amount that it will be okay. But we'll see how it goes. And I can see 2 of the 3 type B kittens. They look very cozy. And the fact that it's quiet makes me think they're probably all latched. So the next thing we're going to see about is there's at least one more kitten in there still. I think. I don't know that 100%, but I am pretty sure we have at least one more kitten, possibly 2. So we just have to wait and see. Hopefully she'll start having contractions again at some point. And in the meantime, she's doing a really good job letting them nurse, keeping them safe. And she's not giving birth out at the colony. It was 36 degrees Fahrenheit after she had had her first 3 kittens. 36 degrees. It's currently 46 degrees. And the incubator temperature is set to 90 degrees. That's the temperature that newborn kittens need, between 85 and 90 degrees. So it would have been really tough to be born today outside in 36-degree weather. And then she would have to go find food and leave them without a heat source. And then number 4, we know would not have survived. So it does look like there is some kitten movement happening.
inside her belly. The nursing from the first 3 kittens will help stimulate contractions and milk production. So it's great that they're nursing so well already. Sometimes they don't get latched until the whole thing is done. Oh, little number 4, take a little nap. I didn't give her a huge meal because I didn't know how much nursing she had done before I got down there. I'm going to take this as a good sign that she's still awake and not completely full, and probably didn't get a huge amount of the colostrum. So it looks like she's settling a bit now. So, and I'll put a countdown timer on the screen. She'll be able to reunite with her mom at 8:19 a.m. tomorrow. So let's get that going. Timer. So with NI, the fading of the kittens happens within the first week. So they're born healthy and vigorous, and then they start to fade. Sometime it could be the first day, it could be day 4 or day 5, but usually they will die within the first week. So we should start to see signs of it, in the next couple of days. But hopefully it was a small enough amount that it's going to be okay. Countdown to this will be April 13th at 8. Mm. 19 a.m. It's been a while since I've done one of these. I don't exactly remember. Oh, there we go. Okay, cool. I think we have 3 very content little kittens in there with mom. Yeah, I am seeing some belly movement also. Auntie Scotia's coming out to check. Oh, my goodness. Sorry. Whoa. I hope you guys didn't hear that. Need to put my do not disturb on. Luckily, she can't hear that. I don't know if you guys heard, my phone rang, and for some reason, I guess because it's connected to my laptop at the moment, it was like really loud. Probably broke your eardrums if you heard it. Anyway, she doesn't hear it, thankfully. She's being such a good mama despite all the stress. I will be very relieved when this is over with. Very relieved. Oh, good. Okay, you guys didn't hear it. It was really loud in my headphones. And I thought it was coming out of my laptop, but I couldn't really tell. They kind of trashed their room last night. Well, actually, it was this morning. Scotia's using the litter box currently. In theory, yes, the treatment for NI is a transfusion. However, I think they do that with dogs potentially, but I don't know that anyone in our area at least would have the expertise to do it with a 100-gram kitten. I don't think it's possible. I don't know if it has been done experimentally, but in order to get a catheter in and there'd be no sedation, they'd be very squirmy. I just I haven't heard of it being actually possible for kittens to have a transfusion like at this age and size. And also everything that I've read about it says that it's still likely that they will not survive, but that is kind of the one thing they can try. I haven't delivered Scotia her breakfast yet. There's our other feral catermelon. You can sort of see the room layout. Orinda is in the far nest, the cabinet in the middle of the new picture-in-picture screen. Scotia's outside of her nest, peeking in right now. Scotia's nest is the one closest to the camera. Now she's going to go up to the ledge. You can see the food got knocked over. But I'm not going to clean it at this point because I'm minimizing my interruptions. Kibble party. Yeah, I'm not changing the camera views because the blanket is pushed up from the side angle and you can't see anything. Typically, once they're all done giving birth, I will go in and weigh and check the kittens and fix the nest blankets, like put in dry, clean nest blankets. But again, it's subject to the stress level of the mom, and that requires a more invasive interaction, because I basically have to pull mom out of the cabinet and then get everything fixed up and then put her back in. So I don't want to do that until she's done and comfortable and can relax. So we have crumply blankets, and I did take out the extremely soaked top blanket though the first time I went in. So it's not too bad in there. And there is a heating pad at the very bottom of the blanket stack. So they should be nice and warm. So poor little mama is recovering from the stress of my visit. She's recovering from giving birth to the first 4 kittens. She's getting a little rest, regrouping. I haven't seen any big contractions happening, but she will need to be having smaller contractions to move the last kitten or 2 into position at the birth canal. Because there were so many kittens and they're good size, they were pretty smashed up there. And so they've got to just all be moved into place before they can start coming out. So it looks like that's what's happening now. And she's taking the opportunity to rest, which is exactly what she needs to be doing. So, because birth is hard, giving birth is hard. This is why we spay and neuter, because it's not a pleasant experience, especially for the feral cats. It's a lot harder. So we're always anxious to get this part over with, and then everything gets a lot better. The incubator is outside of the room because I want to be able to minimize the amount of disruption, and because we have a kitten in the incubator, I will need to be feeding and checking the kitten every couple of hours for the next 24 hours. So, well, for the next 21 hours and 24 minutes. And so I will be in and out frequently until tomorrow morning. Number 4 has just been fed less than a half hour ago. Well, I guess more than it was around 10 o'clock she got fed, so she's due around 12 for the next feeding. I did give her a light feeding because I didn't know how much milk she had gotten at the milk bar. So I'll give her a little bit more at her next feeding. Because she is trying to nurse on the blanket. She's got some energy, that's good. You can see the countdown clock on the screen. That is counting down to when it will be safe for kitten number 4 to nurse and to return to mom.
Hi, everybody. Just checking in to recap everything that's happened this eventful morning. Orinda started giving birth around 6 a.m. She was very fast with her first 3 kittens, and then had a 4th kitten. I waited until the 3rd kitten was born and then went and grabbed the first 3 and blood typed them. They're all type B, which is great. So they were able to return to mom. Those are the 3 kittens in the nest with her. And then she was a little stressed after my visit, which I was expecting. And but then she did give birth to number 4. And I had been hoping to wait until she was done giving birth before going in and blood typing the rest of the kittens. But scampy little number 4 started to nurse at the milk bar and got like a really solid latch. And so I didn't feel comfortable waiting any longer. And so went down and grabbed her. And thankfully I did, because she is our first type A kitten of the litter, which means it's not safe for her to nurse for the first 24 hours. And so luckily, we have our amazing incubator, and she's all set up there with her snuggle mom who has a heartbeat. It's nice and cozy, and we have humidity control so she won't get dehydrated. And I've already given her her first feeding and her first serum injection. And so I will be taking care of her every couple of hours until the countdown you see on the screen hits 0. And then at that point, she'll be able to return to her mom and her brothers and sister. So definitely very relieved that 3 kittens can stay with mom. That's super helpful. I think we have at least 1, but possibly 2 more kittens coming. It looks like she is starting to have contractions, light contractions, potentially. Again, hopefully. So it's very normal to take a break between kittens, and because she is feral, the stress of me having to go and blood type the kittens is definitely not helpful. But the alternative is that the type A kittens would die. So when it is a question of life or death, then we do intervene, and we try to do it in the least stressful way possible. But it is a constant balancing act of all of the different risk factors that we have at play in this specific situation. So lots of different risks depending on every decision that I make. And all I can do is try to minimize the risks as much as possible. So far, I'm very happy with how well she's doing. She's been an absolute trooper, very brave. She's got great mommy instincts. All 3 of the kittens in the nest have latched and been like nursing pretty much nonstop, which is amazing. They all look really strong. Birth weights have all been perfect. Like, we like them to be around 100 grams at birth, because there's a much higher survival rate once kittens hit 100 grams for their birth weight. Below 100 grams,
risks increase of all sorts of things. So 3 of the 4 were above 100 and one was very close, so at 96. So that's excellent. So we're just currently waiting for kitten number 5 to be born, and mom's taking a little rest, letting those kittens nurse, and their nursing is stimulating all sorts of good hormones for her, helping to stimulate contractions and milk production. So it's really beneficial for the kittens to be nursing right now, not only for them, but for her. The small picture-in-picture window is showing the incubator with kitten number 4 in it, and also has the countdown clock at the top so you can see how much longer we have. We have never had a mom reject a kitten, so I am not concerned about her not accepting her little incubator kitten back into the nest. So that's not something I'm worried about at all. So once the birth is over with, then the risk goes down. The risk from stress goes down significantly. What we worry about most for the stress is that it will interfere with their ability to give birth and to care for the kittens immediately after they're born. Anything that happens after they're born and after this first 24-hour period, I can compensate for. I can feed them, I can take care of the pottying, I can do all of those things if she is not able to do that, but I can't give birth for her. So this is the part where interaction is really critical. And then once they're all out and safe, I will have to grab them twice a day to weigh them, make sure that they're all doing okay, and of course to change the bedding every now and then, every couple days probably. We do have another complicating factor in this situation because Orinda came in with an active ringworm infection, which is a highly contagious zoonotic fungus. It's not life-threatening, it's not super concerning medically, but because it is so contagious, I don't actually know if it's possible to prevent the kittens from getting it. And because it's not safe to give the meds during pregnancy or nursing, I can't treat her for it. So that's why you see the shaved parts on her back. I'm trying to keep the contamination as low as possible, and I've been using a lot of UV light sanitizing to non-invasively disinfect the room and the nests. And so again, just have to do the best we can in that regard. We don't have a lot of options, and so we just have to do the best we can. And if the kittens get it, it's not the end of the world. It just means they have to stay with us a little bit longer. It is fully treatable, 100%. It just will take a little bit longer because they have to be a little bit older before they can start the treatment. But that's something that we'll deal with in the future. It's not life or death, like I said. So the most important thing right now is the safety of the kittens, managing her stress level, and just waiting for the rest of the birth to proceed. It is, like I said, very normal for moms to take a break between kittens. She had a pretty anxious and active and extended pre-labor. So she's probably not super well rested going into this. And although she has been eating very well, so that's good. And she's been doing great so far. So the remaining kitten or kittens has to move pretty far from the end of her uterine horns all the way to the birth canal. So her body has to have, she's having little contractions to move them into place down the two horns of the uterus so that they can get in position to come out through the birth canal. So that's what's happening now while she rests. And once they're in position and she has recovered enough, then hopefully she will start pushing again. Cats do have something called interrupted labor, which happens. It's not super common, but it happens enough that it's not terribly concerning. And that's, they can stop giving birth in the middle and then resume delivery hours or even days later. And we've seen that happen. We know other fosters have had that happen. And it's not a concern unless, you know, certain circumstances present, but I wouldn't be super surprised if that happened in this case. But everything's looking great so far. She's very responsive to their cries, which is great. And they have nursed so much. We do have one other pregnant feral cat in this room with her, who is going to give birth any day now. She has a very different personality type than Orinda and is much more confident and less fearful. And she's also has type A blood, which means her kittens will not be at risk for neonatal isoerythrolysis like Orinda's kittens are. So I'm expecting her birth will have fewer complications, just the usual set of potential complications, not all of these extra things that Orinda has had to deal with. So that's a good question. If some of the kittens come days later, what's the antibody situation? So basically, yeah, any kittens that are born after that first 24-hour period will not get the colostrum. They only produce a limited amount of colostrum, and once it's gone, it's gone. So there are some antibodies in the regular milk, but it's definitely not as much as they're getting in the colostrum. So the birth will be saved. I should do a reset, probably. So the file size isn't so enormous. I'm going to try to do a reset. So if you guys get the circle COD, just refresh.